Hello, it is Monday. What shall I do other than stream? Stream good, content good, hanging out, kinda pog. What is also pog? Actually, I don't know, just hanging out, I guess. Probably. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Dude, it's so difficult to actually be like on like a good page, basically, on everything, basically, because it's like I was watching actually like a bunch of people have like a cat fight, kind of like in a parking lot, basically. And I kind of realized that it's like, yeah, apparently, this parking lot, like they do this every once in a while. Like they just film themselves going on a parking lot, shouting at each other and fighting and like cashing fists, like every like week or something, basically. Well, not every week, but yeah, basically every once in a while when there's kind of like a massive event, it's just kind of like, hey, yo, let's just punch each other out. Let's just see what the hell's going on in this instance or something. That's kind of where I realized that it's like, oh, dude, this is like, that's like literally everybody to some level. To some level, everybody's like that. Like if you actually think about it in the most rational standpoint, there's cat fights happening always, everywhere. Like literally, there's always going to be fucking cat fights. Yeah, basically. It's like, do you know what's the funny thing that I kind of realized? It's like, do you think that in Google offices there's cat fights happening constantly? Like it kind of makes sense now, doesn't it? Kind of makes sense that it's like, if you think about it, are there going to be cat fights happening 24/7 where it's just like, hey, you fuck you, I don't care about letting this guy in, or I don't care about letting this girl in. If she's not up to the task, she better like suck my goddamn willy or whatever. And it's like, to some level, I kind of like, sometimes after I kind of like psychoanalyze the brainlets that a lot of the Google employees are to some level, like, because that's kind of what they are. They're little brainlets that they're a little bit obsessed about how smart they are, or something. I mean, they probably are, but it's like it kind of makes me realize a little bit that it's like, yeah, this thing probably happens constantly. Like, I mean, constantly. And it's like, if it's not Google, it's gonna be Twitch. If it's not gonna be Twitch, it's gonna be goddamn Rumble. If it's not gonna be goddamn Rumble, it's gonna be Kick. Which, by the way, Kick, really? I don't know. Like, I'm still baffled that a chatting platform became a streaming platform. Like, I'm still fucking, I'm still laughing about it a little bit. So yeah, and again, it kind of makes me realize that it's just like, yeah, in Google, there's probably brainlets who are having a discussion about like, okay, what do you do? What do we do? Who gets what? Okay, sure. I can be the manager of this. Okay, yeah, I can handle this segment. Okay, cool. Okay, no, fuck you, because actually we actually need to manage people so that they don't eat each other. So like, okay, maybe don't shove this in over here, but actually do shove it in. Okay, never mind. Actually shove it in very deep. Oh no, wait, that was kind of a mistake, because this other segment of this other Google employee is so pissed off, and he feels like he has been cock-blocked, that he requires further goddamn, like, he requires further assistance. And is and then her partner comes in and sucks his pee pee, and he's like, okay, he has been assisted. Okay, cool. Now, so now that he has been assisted, really, like, okay, can we have like a conversation about who we let have platforms in our website? And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, let's talk about it. Okay, cool. Okay, so here's a negotiation table. I know that you don't like this guy, but we really need to sit down to talk, because like this guy really has enough influence to motherfucking swallow the entire planet if he actually lets everything go. I show speed. But yeah, it's like to some level, it kind of gets to this point where like it just, from my understanding, Google really has this kind of like has had so many runners into their platform, and some of them has spun so out of control because they think that they can rescue it, or because there's some level of emotional attachment that is kind of necessary for human beings to actually have a rational um like shoulder to lie on, say, making people feel like they're not alone in the world. And it's like, when I actually think about it from that perspective, when I actually do sit down to think about all this stupidity that people go through when it comes to like this kind of like having a weekly like fight on the parking lot at Google headquarters, it kind of makes me realize that it's like, yeah, no, this happens everywhere. Like, it's not Google headquarters, it's like, if over here in Mexico, it's probably like, oh yeah, there's guys who get themselves into motherfucking like bodysuits, and they kind of fight each other. I mean, yeah, like some of them, like what there's this one guy that wears a Barney the dinosaur type of suit, and he just fights the doctor, and it's like, okay, yeah, well, that's kind of funny. And I'm betting it on the doctor this time around. It's like, okay, yeah, bet it on the doctor, absolutely, okay, cool. And it's like, that's kind of the thing. It kind of makes me realize specifically that it's like, god damn it, like I just keep getting like reinforced. I just got reinforced that that Google, Twitch, motherfucking Mexico, motherfucking like America, Japan, England, the UK, every Korea, probably China as well. Like every fucking country in this goddamn world, it's a goddamn parking lot, and every week there's gonna be some dudes and some girls duking it out, saying, "Oh no, fuck you! You're a fruity piece of shit! Oh no, fuck you! You're the fruitier piece of shit! Oh no, fuck you! No, fuck you! Oh no, suck my ass! Oh yeah!" And it's like, it's always gonna be like that, basically. And it's kind of like the person inside of me that thought that there was some level of rationality attached to these kind of like discussions made me realize that, yeah, there's absolutely rationality behind every kind of like argument. But the autistic ones are the ones who are gonna keep saying that they need to put singularity into motion, and then they kind of realize that it's like, that's logistically impossible. Like, the singularity is logistically impossible, like, legitimately. What? And you want to know why? Somebody is gonna have to somebody is gonna have to win in order for the singularity to happen. Somebody has to win, literally. Do you realize how much time is that gonna take? 2 billion fucking monkeys fighting each other at the parking lot of a goddamn Tesco or Google headquarters, duking it out with fists, with brains, and with any kind of ingenuity to kind of be like, hey, I'm the superior monkey. Because I'm the superior monkey, I get to say what is the end result, basically. And it's kind of like, when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, okay, what kind of autist decided that the singularity was the good thing to happen? like legitimately, that's never gonna happen. And if it does, probably billions of people died, and we're left off with just like 10 people. I was like, okay, yeah, everybody is in the singularity. Okay, yeah, logistically possible with 10 people. And even with 10 people, there's gonna be fucking fights. There's gonna be, even with 10 people, there is gonna be fucking fights at Google headquarters. Imagine this, actually. Fucking imagine this, right? It's like the apocalypse happened. Nuclear bombs fell onto the earth, right? There's nothing left. Only toxic wasteland and a bunker full of rich people who thought that they were the last ones, that because they were the most powerful, most influential, most smart, and most attractive, they get to live through everything. And let's just say that. Let's say that they survive. Okay, they survive. Do you think that they're gonna have a fight, a mecha fight with each other on the motherfucking toxic wasteland parking lot of the Google headquarters? I was like, of fucking course that they're gonna have a fucking parking lot Duke fight in mechs or whatever the fuck. That's just gonna happen. So it's like, so that this idea of singularity, it is the most autistic, unreal, in like unreal, the most unrealistic, stupid, and most autistic thought that a person could have ever thought ever. Because in order for the singularity to actually happen, you would have to be the last fucker alive, and everybody died as a consequence, and you get to decide what everyone's thoughts is exactly gonna be, basically. And it's like, and if that happens, the fucker is also gonna get bored as well. Because it's like, the thing about games in particular is that, let me tell you something. Here's the funny part about games, right? It's like, I love Metal Slug, right? I love playing Metal Slug every once in a while. Is there going to be a point where I'm going to get bored of playing Metal Slug because I played it daily for like 10 years? It's going to be like, yeah, that's just going to be a thing, basically. You know, that's just going to be a thing. Like, I'm going to get bored of playing Metal Slug because I know that I press this button, I'm going to get my tank to shoot. I know that I'm gonna jump over. I know that I can destroy this boss really quickly. I know that I can jump over here. I know that I can press the button very fast over here. I know that this, that. And it's like, it just gets to the point where it's just like, even if this singularity was to happen, we will get fucking exhausted that the singularity existed. We would get bored that the singularity existed. We would get we would start making up shit just to be entertained, basically. So that's kind of the thing a little bit, and it's like, reason, and it's like, here's the funny part about reason itself is like, everybody can be reasoned with so that they can create the least amount of entropy and or chaos or whatever you want to call it into a particular point, into a particular like point, geographical point. You can be like, hey, we stopped chaos from unveiling, and therefore now everybody lives in peace. Everybody is stuck in their own rooms, jerking it to anime women who don't exist, but at least they're not fighting each other to actually go out and bang real women, actually. And it's like, oh yeah, but by the way, because I'm the smart one, I get to pick which of the women I get to bang. Okay, so that's cool, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. And then what happens later is that, oh yeah, you know what, I kind of like this one, so so I'm gonna have to fight you for it. Okay, okay, so are we gonna fight on the at the Google headquarters parking lot? I was gonna be like, yeah. It's like, no, I don't want to fight. That's unreasonable. That's irrational. You're being unreasonable right now. Your brain has been taken into the next fucking level of monkey business. I don't care about this shit. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna fight for this anime woman over here, so that I can get in her DMs and perhaps just slam the punani, like when nobody else is looking, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. So that's kind of the thing a little bit. If you think about it, it's like after all these logical statements, the only conclusion that I can get is the most rational decision that an individual can take is to actually say what they actually are in for, that what they want to see, basically. And it's like, I'm the kind of guy that is like, that if I hear that, oh no, that's too niche, well, it's like, well, I'm an individual motherfucker. I'm an individual motherfucker, actually. So because I'm an individual motherfucker, I can actually have preferences, and because I can have preferences, I can say that, yeah, I'm into this and I'm into that, and it's like, and I can be like, hey, I like some brown women with big titties, that I'm willing to give a little bit of my attention to brown women with big titties. Okay, and because I can, I will in some level, but I will not necessarily give myself give everything to brown women with big titties, because at some point we all know that they're fucking emotionally unstable like every other woman out there, right? So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, cool, understandable. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, sure. So it's like, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like to some level, I just kind of have to be like a little bit real and be like, oh yeah, well, yeah, I mean, there's probably gonna be emotional attachment whenever you deal with people. There's always gonna be like motherfuckers who are gonna be like, hey, I don't like that. There's gonna be motherfuckers who are gonna be like, hey, I like that. And it's just like, yeah, I just kind of end up in this kind of camp where I'm like, okay, yeah, like we do, like, sometimes from time to time we do need, like, I think groups of people really do need to let people in from time to time, because it becomes logistically impossible to manage. And even if AI is able to handle and manage every single individual in this fucking planet, there's not gonna be a human being on top of it to spend actual time with a person specifically. Just like, I mean, yeah, it's like AI is a tool basically for you to manage people in a better way, but at the end of the day, it's just like, I think everybody wants to be managed or manage people by a real human being, basically. Like, I think that's kind of the whole deal, basically. It's like, do you think that a woman is gonna want to like sleep with a robot or with an actual guy? And don't answer that question, because I know that there are some women who actually have built. Dude, it's like, I can already tell. There's probably a woman out there, right? There's a billionaire woman out there, right? That has like the Boston Dynamics robot, and has attached a dildo on top of it, and has programmed it to do a motion of that sort. Like, for a fucking fact that has happened. That has fucking happened. There's a lonely woman with a robot out there that has strapped a dildo on top of that robot and has said, hey, I actually programmed you. I actually bought you and learned how to program just so you can slam me down every night while I call you a clanker, okay? Like my fucking Transformers motherfucking fantasy is kind of finally coming into reality. So please give that shit to me. Oh my fucking god, dude! Oh my fucking god! But yeah, it's like that. That's kind of the thing a little bit that I kind of realized that it's just like, yeah, no, like it makes sense actually. Like if I actually think about it in that rational way, specifically, like yeah, no, yeah, nah, that has happened, and that will happen at some point. So yeah, because of that, it kind of becomes kind of crucial to be an individual yourself. Basically, it kind of becomes very crucial. And as an individual like myself, I sometimes kind of have to say that it's like, hey, women, actually, I know that you want to feel like you are someone in the world, but becoming a picture book where you draw stupid shit on your skin doesn't seem like a cool thing to do. Because it shows that your insecurity, you're so insecure that you're mutilating your body to get attention. You know what's kind of cringe when a woman has like 1,000 piercings and she's like, "Hey, I'm cool and quirky," and I'm kind of like, "Okay, yeah, cool and quirky, girl. Why are you like self-mutilating yourself at every chance that you get?" Kind of shows that you kind of hate yourself or something. It's like, okay, yeah, you have self-hatred. Okay, I wonder why. Okay, sure, understandable. And it's like it's not always like it's not always a very motherfucking like it's not, sometimes it's not their fault basically, and sometimes you do need to be like emotional support. But there are times where women do take it to the next step, where they get tattoos everywhere and they look like fucking picture books. And I, as a guy, sometimes I have to be like, okay, like seriously, like women who are picture books are not attractive. Like, I'm sorry, they're not attractive. They're fucking ugly. Because I don't know, like it shows a very very like insecure mind. Like it shows like a very very insecure mind. And you know what's the thing about insecurity? It's like if you're a woman, right, and you're insecure about dating another guy, right? If the guy dates you and you're insecure yourself about the relationship as well, you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna feel insecure that you're not spending your time wisely because you're too fucking insecure. And because you're too fucking insecure, you're gonna be like, hey, maybe this is not the guy that I'm looking for. Because like there's this other attractive guy. And it's like, okay, well, because there's this other attractive guy, maybe I will gain more confidence if I date that guy specifically. Or maybe I will have more confidence if I have two guys at the same time. Or maybe I will have more confidence if I have 10 boyfriends at the same time. And and I feel like a very completed woman because I've done everything that I wanted to do. And it's like it gets to the point where a woman that is actively showing signs of insecurity it's way more likely to cheat on you because they're insecure about their decisions that they're making all the fucking time. Like it is literally psychological development that is like if you have a woman that has tattoos fucking everywhere of different symbol. Okay, forget one tattoo because I still think that one tattoo is kind of disgusting. See women who have multiple tattoos, basically. And it's like, and because they have multiple tattoos, they're like, hey, hey, do you like my new tattoo? It symbolizes this one time where I went with my friends from that other street, and we had a fun time together. I was like, okay, that's nice. And what about this? What about this tattoo? Oh, this is about those friends that kind of hate me, and they think that I'm a whore because I ended up sleeping with me this kind of with my boyfriend's best friend. And then you're kind of like, okay, all right, oh, okay, sure, sure. So it's all about becoming picture books, right? You're like a passport, and you're getting as many stamps as possible, because that way it feels like you belong somewhere, right? You belong to the world. Yeah. Okay, so you belong to the world. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know, actually. So the streets are the world, right? So if you belong to the world, you belong to the streets. Then I don't know. I don't know if I want to if I see you attractive or something. You know, it's like, okay, well, so when you get bored of me, you're just gonna run off. Basically, that's what you're saying, right? So this relationship that we're having, it's kind of pointless. It's kind of, I'm kind of wasting my time because you're just gonna run off to another person when you get tired of me. It's like, yeah, maybe that's kind of the thing. I was kind of like, yeah, well, yeah. It's like in a way, things change all the time, right? Things fucking change all the time. Maybe you have like a like a bad how do I put it? Maybe you had a bad relationship. Maybe that's just what it was. Okay, sure, understand. Bad relationships happening everywhere. But when you go out of your way to tattoo yourself that you belong to the world, basically, you're gonna become this kind of thing where it's like, okay, so you, because you belong to the world, you don't have any kind of authority, any kind of taste, and you're just gonna go around becoming something that you're not potentially. As like, and even worse than that, you're going to signify that to the world that you're insecure enough that you must show the world that you belong to something. You must show the world that you belong to something, and you belong, that your history has been branded by ink. So it is the ultimate like vision of insecurity. Basically, it shows it shows that you as a person, you're the most insecure person in the entire fucking world. Literally, it literally shows that you don't give a shit about anything that you say. You don't give a shit about anything that you do. The only thing that you give a shit about is being happy with everybody else and being insecure enough that you show them the stamp that you've been in that place, basically. That's kind of like, okay, yeah, okay, but Grim, you kind of had this kind of deal where you actually talked to too many people because you wanted to understand other cultures, and you became a person of the world because you wanted to listen to every single culture to some level. And it's like, yeah, but that's because, like, philosophically speaking, I wanted to understand why people do things, right? I wanted to understand why people behave the way that they behave. Why are people irrational? Why are people like emotional? Why are people so stupidly uh like unhinged in certain things and very rational in others? And it's like, after going to therapy, actually, I literally got my answer, basically. After I got my answer, I started getting better, basically. well, more like I started getting calmer because like I had too much information going through my brain. Because my therapist kind of told me the thing that I was looking for specifically, which is people do things not because they're rational, not because they want the best for the world, not because they want the best for, I mean, yeah, because they want the best for themselves, not because they trust people, not because they like people, not because they hate people, not because not because of any other reason. It's just that sometimes people do things because they can. It's not necessarily that it's a rational, not it's not always a rational decision. It's not always an emotional decision. It's not always a logical decision. It's not always a sensual decision. It's not always a decision of of their own choice. Sometimes it's the decisions of others forced upon them. And the reason why this happens is why do people do things? Is because they can do them within their own circumstances, within their own boundaries, within their own human condition. They can do the things that they can do in their own condition, in their own mindset. That is the result of actions that has been a tree to all these things. And that's kind of the thing a little bit. That's kind of why it kind of became crucial for me to have kind of like a philosophical debate with myself about, okay, so yeah, it's like rules are sometimes very arbitrary, but they are arbitrary because sometimes people just really don't like you. Sometimes there are rules that are specifically engineered to be cannonballs against you as an individual, and it has been shown and proven that that is the case. People make rules shaped like people so that they can damage them in particular, not because there is some sort of philosophical or logical debate within their heads. No, because there is just a hateful response against you as an individual because they dislike who you are. They dislike what you are made of. And because they dislike what you are made of, they make arbitrary rules to make the world a worse place because they decided to hit somebody with a cannonball specifically. And when you look at that perspective, you kind of end up just looking at things, looking at the evolution of rules, looking at everything. And you kind of start thinking that it's like, you know what? Let's just analyze which rules have been made with what purpose for the benefit of the community, which ones have been just done in an effort to spite and destroy a member of the community. And let's just put it like a philosophical argument, a philosophical, ethical, and moral argument about what would be the best circumstances for the individual to actually have freedom to make decisions on their own life rather than listening to an idiot on a YouTube comment section, going into a YouTube video with like pointing and laughing in a reaction channel over the things that they think that is inappropriate, basically. Because at that point we're just kind of looking that it's just like a high school at that point. There's no logical or rational debate. It's just a public high school with a guy that probably didn't get to pick on people. They didn't get to bully on people, and now that they've grown up a little bit older, they get to bully on people because they got bullied back. And it's just a reflection of the trauma that they suffered reflected onto the entire world and reflected into the insecurity that is living inside of their brains constantly. So when you look at it from that perspective, really, when you look at it from that perspective, the rationality of people, it's bullshit. The rationality of people is just a targeted attack to individuals. The rationality of people is, I can do it because I can. The rationality is, I want to have fun, so I'm gonna piss off somebody just for the sake of having fun. I don't care if I destroy my community or the world in the process. I don't care if your children gets their genitals mutilated. I don't care about all that. The only thing that I care about is that I got bullied in high school, and that now that I'm on top of the game, I get to bully everybody like this is my high school. And when you look at it from that perspective, right, you kind of understand that it's just like, so from my understanding, this whole debate about tolerance and love is senseless. It's pointless. It's stupid. It's just the only reason why it exists is because you have some unresolved trauma over your time that you got bullied in high school, over the time where you got bullied in your new job, over the time where the girl that you met up broke up with you because you were not entertaining enough. And it's like, and at that point we're kind of like seeing that the world is a mental asylum because there's a lot of unresolved psychotic minds with a bunch of erotic unresolved conflicts because they just didn't have the love of their life, or because they got suppressed out of the things that they loved even. And it kind of shows that it is exactly that. The evidence is showing that when a person is having too much fun about something and they press a button to make them go in pain, and they get a shock collar to stop them from being happy, when you look at it from that perspective, the end result is it's it's the reaction of a repressed memory that has been through trauma enough that wants to take it onto the world as a consequence of the oppressed world that they lived before. Because now that I am the one with the shock collar, I get to shock people instead of me being shocked. When I was way younger, I suddenly become the shocker instead of the shocked. And when you look at it from that perspective, do you think that there are medics out the American medics who have lost their marbles and they're only looking for excuses to hurt as many people that they don't like as possible? Yes. Do you think that there are influencers who have been hurt so deeply that they need to get some kind of retaliation against people that they dislike? Yes, and they do. Do you think that there are gonna be there's gonna be scientists who have a repressed emotion because they did not get understood, that they got called autistic and retarded because they didn't have any sort of emotional intelligence, and that they're going to reflect their own experience onto others by calling them stupid, retarded clowns, whatever the fuck you want to call them? And yeah, that has happened, and it has shown that that is literally the situation that we're going through, where there's arbitrary nonsense being pushed onto people as a consequence of their unsolved conflicts never being resolved, and seeing happiness onto others suddenly becomes a poison to them to some level. So that's kind of the thing when you actually think about it, when you actually look at the world that we're living in, where we have women who look like picture books, and they're fucking picture books because they just had to become picture books in order for them to not get judged. When in reality it's just like, yeah, no, a person that wants you to be a picture book is a person that doesn't care about you. They just want to feel like they own you in some shape or form, basically. And it's like, okay, so it's a matter of ownership then. So you feel like you own me after you've like put a picture book inside of my skin? Do you feel that you own me if I actually do that? And it's like when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of becomes even more crucial to kind of like spit in the face of people who are branding people randomly because they just want to make people feel comfortable and welcome, basically. Because at that point, it's not because at that point, right? A person who is bending over to becoming picture books, they're not doing the person who is imprinting that onto you any favors. You're not doing any favors to that person. You're not doing them a favor, letting them know that you are powerful enough to make their skin be inked. You're not doing them any favors. The only thing that you're doing is that you're creating a future tyrant, right? You're creating a future tyrant that will go around in the world, like painting other people with stupid symbols that are meaningless to you, making surgeries of unfunctional behavior to others, selling that kind of nonsense onto them, making them destroy their own lives under your eyes and being satisfied because you didn't get the proper emotional support that you needed to have, basically. Or maybe it's just that they're cold people, and it's like at that point it's like cold people don't really deserve any kind of like time or effort. It's just a matter of, if anything, it just shows that the cold people that have been capable of doing this, sometimes they also need a shock collar themselves so that they understand how it feels to have a shock collar around your neck, because let's face it, it's like whenever they actually knows how it feels to have a shock collar around their neck, they kind of understand that it's like, no, this is a terrible thing. I don't feel like myself anymore. I don't feel like that I've been that I'm having like a good that I'm having a good life. I feel like I'm getting corrected every single time that I open my mouth, and it doesn't feel like I'm free within my own right, basically. And yeah, it's like it's a matter of like debating oneself to what you think freedom is truly like, because the internet has made it difficult to be truly free um from having individual rational thoughts, basically. Because a lot of the times we do get fed a lot of toxic content that doesn't benefit us, and they just makes us feel fearful and insecure about the world outside, basically. So in some shape or form, that's kind of the thing a little bit, where the internet, how the internet got built was a process that really needed to go through some refinement, and that a lot of people that lived through it went through a very, very critical moment where they were made or broken due to the internet, basically. And when you look at it from that perspective, it just becomes this kind of thing where it's like, okay, yeah, sometimes some people do need some emotional support so that they can become functional members of society, or functional members to their own service. Oh, forget about society. Functional members to their own service, to their own individuality, so that they can actually exert the things that they actually want to do, instead of what the world tells them what society is supposed to be, basically. And have a balance between individual and society, where one can be free to be oneself in the shape of where they actually want to be in, and the society that they want to shape to live in, by actually having a society that is safe enough to make decisions that makes them feel like they've done something in the world, basically. So that's kind of the thing a little bit. That's kind of the thing when it comes to like the modern world in general, where the modern world really took a dip into mass stupidity. It took a dip into the world of submission because it was an easy thing to do. And this is kind of the funny part about it. Submission is a very fucking easy thing to do. It really is. And if you keep submitting to things that don't make any fucking sense, you'll end up losing your freedom as a consequence. And the one holding the shock collar is going to be dictating everything that you want, that you're supposed to be doing. They're gonna yell at you. They're gonna tell you that you fucking suck. They're gonna tell all the women in the world to spread their legs because I'm the one who is in charge, and I'm gonna have a harem of 100 women. They're gonna be emotionally unstable because there's only gonna be one guy handling all this. There's gonna be a bunch of men who are gonna be like fucking crying in the corner because all the women that they're dating are picture books, and that they're motherfucking whores that have slept with thousands of men. They're gonna be fucking frustrated about all that shit. They're gonna cry, piss, and be isolated because they don't want to participate in that society, and they're just going to inevitably want to destroy the world as a consequence, because the world told them that submitting to the rules was a good thing to do. And because they submitted to the rules, now they have submitted their own individuality into a path of self-destruction, into a path of constant psychic wounds that keep killing them slowly as they kind of walk through life. And the only result that we have in the end is just misery, destruction, immorality, unethical behavior, shock collars being put onto people. We get the loss of freedom as individuals, the loss of balance between individuals and society, and the personalization of the individual, ironically, through personalizing the things that they are capable of obtaining to some level. And that's kind of the thing a little bit, if you think about it. If you think about it from that perspective, the world really has become an incredibly unfair place. It's always been unfair, but now even more so because there has been so many programmers that have done harassment campaigns, even specifically to countries in particular, calling the blame game onto those said countries, and then saying, "Oh yeah, well, the origins of all our problems, it's the reasons why we are in trouble is because of other countries, not ourselves. It's never our problem." And it's like, yeah, it is their problem. Actually, it is their fucking problem because they're the ones living that existence. They are the problem. They let that existence happen. They're them as individuals, right? They as individuals, they let the existence of the individual to be filled with women who look like picture books, piercings everywhere, even in their nipples for whatever fucking reason, which, by the way, disgusting. Having monster meat shoved down their private parts, basically, right? Having themselves going to OnlyFans, showing that their only value is to be eye candy, and just flesh to be eaten, and that their emotions are worthless, and they accept that their emotions are worthless by putting their meat onto social media. And it's like, and when you look at it from that perspective, the reason why some women do that is because they want attention. They want attention and they want money. Okay, sure. Okay, they got the money and they got the attention. Why doesn't anybody wants to date that kind of woman? That's fucking obvious, isn't it? You don't want to go. You don't want to have a woman that is like a dick buffet for the entire world. Now, do you? I don't think any man wants to have that. Wants to have a woman that is a dick buffet. Nobody wants that. Nobody fucking wants that. And it's like when you look at it from that perspective, really, it's like when you actually observe that there's no effort put into the pursuit of individuality. You can say that, oh, I really like this woman, I really like this person, so I'm gonna draw something for her or whatever. It's like at least there's some kind of effort being put into it. At least there's some kind of effort. Oh, I'm gonna make a song about it. Okay, yeah, sure. There's effort. Okay, sure. Oh, I'm gonna spread my legs and I'm gonna fucking show that I'm a buffet for the entire world. And it's like, okay, no effort, no effort whatsoever. You're just showing that you're a person who doesn't give a shit. You don't give a shit about having a relationship. You don't give a shit about emotional attachment. You're a picture book. You pierce yourself everywhere in the signs that you hate yourself and that you need to feel pain in order for you to be validated that you're a person of value and that your sacrifices are being something. And it's like, okay, okay, cool, sure, sure. And you want people to respect you because you did the brave decision of being a sexual buffet for the entire world to see. And it's like, nah. It's like at some point, as a person, I just kind of have to be I just kind of have to scratch my head and be like, is Google enabling whores to be produced en masse because they kept teaching their own users that the only way for them to obtain something of substance is to be submissive at all points towards Google and their people? Does it make sense that Google is the kind of company that lets that happen onto others? Having AI that tells them, okay, you should never make an effort about anything ever again. You should be a whore that puts her pussy on the internet, right? That's the kind of person that you should be doing. That's the person that you should become, right? And it's like when you look at the patterns of behavior of the AI Gemini type of bullshit, when you look how it basically eliminates the function of even having any kind of effort being put from the user for them to kind of understand and read the things that they necessarily need to look onto. When you look at that perspective, you kind of realize it's like, is Google actually doing the right thing? Are they doing the right thing? It's like, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I actually don't think so. Because what Google has been doing is just being like, hey, it's a world about tolerance and love and everything, and they don't love people. They don't actually love people. They're just like, hey, here's a bag of cocaine and weed and Fent. Take it. It will make you feel better when you're done with it. They fucking inhale it and they have an overdose, basically. It's basically the attitude that Google has taken a lot of the time, where they're like, we don't love people. YouTube, they don't love their own people. They don't. They just want them to kill themselves. They just want their own people, their own users, to kill themselves with their own poison. And because of that, I cannot say that Google is doing the right thing. What they're doing is just making users kill themselves with their own poison, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. Sometimes it's just like, if if a multi-billion company isn't going to love their own users, well, I guess I can have to love the user by what they actually need, instead of actually telling them that they must constantly be under a submission of a higher entity that is not necessarily looking for the best for them. Basically, it's looking for their own interest, absolutely, but it's not looking for the. It's not loving their user base. It's just telling their own fucking user base, go fucking kill yourself with your own poison, you fucking insolent prick. We do not wish to let you know how the world works. We do not wish you to make you understand the condition that you're in. We do not wish you to be happy within your own, to have any shred of happiness. What we wish for this to happen is just for you to suffer a painless death of your own addictions, so that we can feel free that we did the least cruel thing by poisoning people into a state of paralysis and ecstasy from the amount of pleasure that they jumped into and choked themselves into their own foam whenever their pleasure loop inevitably kills them. And it's like, at that point, I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't think that's kind of like a good thing. Actually, I really don't think that that's a rational thing. I don't think that's an ethical or moral thing. I just think that it is a very negligent thing in particular. Really. So yeah, it's like, this is my way of telling humanity that it's like, I love humanity. I love humanity enough that I can tell you when people are actually feeding you poison, and they are waiting for you to kill yourself with your own poison. I love the Mesoamerican culture enough that I want to stay alive to see it progress. I love the American culture enough that I want to see where they evolve. I love Japanese cultures enough that I wish to live 1,000 years to see what other Japanese otaku people do, or even Japanese people in general. I love it. I love British culture enough to be like, hey, maybe you can't come up with cooler shit on the future. So yeah, just stick around or whatever. I don't know. I love Korean culture enough to be like, hey, maybe you come up with something. I love Chinese culture enough to be like, so what kind of rice fields do you make? China, what kind of rice fields do you make, dude? China, are you okay? Like, you got some dumplings on your bag that I can have? Like, I don't know, just call me, you know, just be like, you know, like, I don't know, like, I don't know about you. Maybe you're doing something good, or maybe you're doing something terrible. But like, I don't know, like, how that rice field doing, my boy? How? No, I'm actually joking with Chinese people. I actually think that probably there are some Chinese people who actually hate their own country, and me being fucking like, oh yeah, buddy with it. It's like, no, I'm doing them some harm in some shape or form, because it's like, if I'm completely fucking honest with you, the only fucking Chinese, Korean, Mexican, American, British people that I give a shit about are the otaku community, basically. Because I'm completely honest with you, that's just kind of how it is. That's just my preference to some level, basically. And it's like, and because of it, it's just like, okay, yeah. I mean, I want to see what the community is able to like push forward to be like, hey, yeah, this is the shit that we got that we got forward. Okay, go, whatever. I don't give a shit, but go. Just like, yeah, to some level, to some fucking level, I just kind of sit down and I'm just like, yeah, no, yeah, totally makes sense. But again, it's like, it's because I have I have a love for humanity. I have a love hate relationship with humanity itself. And even me as a person, I kind of realize that it becomes logically impossible to have a brain to withstand trees of logic that are too fucking destructive, basically, when combined together. So now that I kind of understand that that is kind of that my human condition doesn't allow me to process hundreds of trees of information on the same page, I finally realized that it kind of becomes just kind of crucial to just stick to one kind of root, one tree of thought, and just go from there. And because of that, I just go like, yeah, just the otaku tree is the only thing that I kind of give a shit about. I was like, okay, yeah, cool, that's cool. That's within the within my stupid brain that is only comfortably able to handle one tree of thought in a rational manner because of my human condition doesn't allow me to understand beyond one tree of logic in place, because let's be honest, it becomes excruciating when you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It becomes excruciating to have like multiple trees of thought. It it just kind of makes it just kind of makes more sense. It just kind of makes perfect sense to just stick to one and just be like, okay, this is a tree of thought that I kind of care about. Where the fuck are the enemy titties? Where are the brown titties with milk on top of them? Because like that's the only kind of shit that I kind of care about. Or I don't know, Asian titties, or like flat chests, or like I don't know, fucking something. It's like medium is premium. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. So yeah, in short, that's kind of like where I'm sitting at basically. Where like culture in general, when it comes to like the global scales, it's always constantly evolving basically. uh, and it's evolving due to individuals able to have the confidence enough to kind of like create their own version of the culture basically, and it's progressing always. It's always evolving. It's not necessarily like a terrible thing to see change from every once in a while, and it's beneficial. It's beneficial to the human brain basically to have change from time to time, to not think only about anime women 24/7. And it's like, yeah, well, sometimes you need something beyond femininity in order for you to have a pleasant time. Sometimes you really do need something beyond femininity to understand every angle of the human experience basically. That's like, yeah, no, totally understandable basically. Totally fucking understandable. Okay, so let's see. Or it's like, yeah, I mean, pixel art or whatever the fuck, you know? Okay, let's log in. Okay, let's see. So yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, like I just go into image boards and I'm like, hey, this is cool, or oh, hey, this fucking sucks, or whatever. I was like, yeah, no, totally makes sense, or totally doesn't fucking make sense. So yeah, I'm in the camp of like, yeah, we need balance basically on these kind of things. It's like, if there's too many people motherfucking like taking everything, right? The inevitably society is just gonna fucking collapse. Basically, society is gonna collapse on its own. Everybody's gonna be fighting for any fucking reason, and it's like when you look at it from that perspective, the smart people who are capable of taking everything to themselves, they're not being wise about it. They're just creating chaos at the end of the day that somebody's gonna have to clean up. And the smart people, sometimes they do need a little bit of consequence put onto them to kind of understand that it's like, you took a huge shit on the fucking Taco Bell. Maybe you should clean it up. If you took that big of a shit in the Taco Bell, okay? Like, okay, maybe you're paying for the tacos themselves, and that's fine. But here's the thing: the shit that you kind of took on the Taco Bell, that's not a shit. That's, I don't know what the fuck you ate, but That is the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Literally, it is the biggest pile of shit. So I don't know about you, but you're gonna have to clean that up. I don't give a shit if somebody is gonna have to teach you to clean for your own shit that you live around. Really. Otherwise, you're just gonna keep making piles of shit, and the countries that you live in, they're just gonna smell like shit at the end of the day. Right? They're just gonna smell like motherfucking shit when you're done taking everything for yourself, basically. And you know what? That's stupid. That's stupidity. That is the peak of stupidity in its highest remark. It is the beginning of the end. It is the beginning of destruction. It is the beginning of human suffering. Right? And it's like, yeah, no. Mainly, I think that it was because a lot of men were taught that you need to respect women. But it's like respecting women doesn't mean women are always right. No. Women are going to be fucking wrong from time to time. Women are going to be stupid from time to time. They're going to be smart from time to time, but they're going to be stupid from time to time. And if you don't tell them that they're being stupid, they're just going to continue being stupid while you're praising their stupidity. So it's not a matter of, oh, men are the problem, or oh, women are the problem. No, it's about individuals. And I'm gonna tell it like this. I'm gonna let it out as it is gonna come. There are men who are mentally handicapped. There are women who are mentally handicapped. Right? There are both types of people. They exist. A woman can be mentally handicapped. Just because a woman has a position of power doesn't mean she's not stupid. Just because a man of power has a position of power doesn't mean that they're not stupid. They're both stupid within their own right. They are both capable of stupidity. And they're individuals themselves. So so I'll tell you this specifically. The moment people start talking in the way of Americans are the problem, Mexicans are the problem, Japanese people are the problem, English people are the problem. The moment that people start talking in that tone, grab their fucking mouth, shut them up, give them a fucking slap in the face, and fucking tell them, oh, so now you're just gonna generalize that everybody is a problem because of one problem. In some sense, you need to shut them the fuck up, right? You need to fucking spit in their stupid face. Tell them go back to fucking school or go read a book, or I don't give a shit what you do. But get your retarded mouth out of my face. If you're gonna generalize everything, every little problem onto people, because it shows how stupidly mentally retarded you actually are. So step the fuck back. Set the fuck down and actually read the situation. Go back into the problem that you showed me. Read the situation carefully. Read the emotional state of people. Read the room. Read the condition of your problem. and target the problem itself by the root instead of being a mentally fucking retarded handicapped person telling that everybody is the problem. Mexicans are the problem. Americans are the problem. Englishmen are the problem. Japanese people are the problem. Russian people are the problem. Chinese people are the problem. No, it's individuals. Individuals are the fucking problem, right? And sure, there's some level of balance that you're like, hey, yeah, this individual and this society has been some involved in some level. Okay, sure. There's gonna be cases where that ensures. But to keep having a narrative where everybody is a fucking problem, you're just asking for your own stupid mouth to be slapped as you're being the most stupid person in the room, basically. And people which should sometimes slap you in your fucking stupid mouth. Sometimes. Really. And this is coming from me, somebody who loves humanity, but I love the individual and the society itself from time to time, the same way that I hate it from time to time. Because I have accepted it is inevitable that pain will ensure whenever you're dealing with humans. I have already accepted it. That pain will be a consequence whenever there's some level of emotional attachment. And to be human is to be emotionally attached to things. To be attached to the logic, attached to the method, to the structure, to love the structure by what it is. The mathematician is going to love the logic and exert their own logic and constantly solve the equation, basically. And they're gonna love it because they're constantly doing it so. And they're gonna love their problem solving skills when the result, the outcome, becomes the ultimate tool of repair, basically, of a situation. They're gonna love the mathematician is gonna love the result. They are going to absolutely fucking love the result at that point. The artist, okay, they're gonna draw, they're gonna paint, they're gonna create, they're gonna love the result. They're gonna love the process and they're gonna love the result. They're gonna love that there's gonna be people who are gonna love their result as well. There's gonna be people who are gonna love their process. So it's like, yeah, in the fields of emotions and logic, they both have their own logic. They're connected. To deny emotion is to deny a fragment of humanity as it is. And if you deny what humanity truly is, what a fragment of what humanity is really made of, you're just being your empirical evidence is showing that you have no knowledge over how human beings work. You are actually showing your stupidity. You're showing that you do not understand what a human individual is made of. You don't understand. You don't understand their needs. You don't understand their necessity of satisfying hunger in any level. And if you do not understand them, why should we believe you? If you do not understand what humanity is made of, why should we fucking believe you in any shape or form? Maybe you understand the reality of your community and your own people, and that's understandable. But for you to say very one-sided, retarded one-liners that have no place in the reality of humanity, it shows that there is no capacity of understanding other sides of humanity. And if there's no physiological understanding of how humans work, why should we entrust you to make any rational decision for the benefit of humanity? Why should we? Why should we trust a person like that? Nobody should. Nobody should. Nobody should entrust anything into that type of person. Nobody. Fucking nobody. They're just looking for the destruction of your own people, of your own community. That's what they're waiting for. So anyway, I'm gonna end that up right there, basically. And it's like, here's the thing, I kinda had to fight. I literally had to fucking fight to get a word out there, actually. I kinda had to, you know what's the funny thing about it? I had to fight so I could go point a finger towards Google and tell their employees that they're full of retarded people or heartless people. I had to fight to call Americans that you're being fucking retarded for literally allowing this nonsense of the destruction of their own physiology. I had to fucking yell at I had to survive hell and back from Japanese people. Because to some level, I kind of understand why their population is shrinking. I had to yell at Mexicans because they're being retarded within their own economical system. I had to offend people on fucking purpose. I had to get thrown thousands and thousands, even millions of fucking spears of stupid people who have been brainwashed into believing that submission is the key to success. I had to take millions of spears of the entire fucking planet, right? Just to say how stupid you've become. I had to go sleepless nights. I had to take harassment from even the wisest, most smartest programmers or computer engineers that the world has to offer. Just so I can tell retarded people that they're fucking retarded. So I'm going to tell you this specifically. How many shock colors can you throw at me? How many more? Because it shows that apparently there's some level of rationality into what I'm saying. And no amount of fucking shock color, whatever the fuck you're gonna throw me through media or whatever the fuck you kind of come up with, it's gonna make me change my stance over the stupidity that humanity has swallowed for the sake of peace. Submission. Oh, I guess it is nice to be a slave. I guess it is nice to be a fucking slave, submitting to every little thing that your master has to say. To some level, you know? To some fucking level, right? I'm just like, yeah, you know what? If it means that I had to go through years of agony just to get the message clear, It shows how badly the world. It shows how fucking bullshit the shape of the world was 4 years ago. It shows. Really, it shows. It shows that they were in decadence and they didn't even fucking realize it. They didn't even realize that they were heading towards the end of everything, the end of their communities. They didn't fucking realize it. They just swallowed the pill and kept on going into the path of self-destruction. Of excess without any sort of rational, like, wise decisions into the future. No, it's all about consuming until there's nothing left. And when there's nothing left, people will start fighting. And I don't know, they will make some more poisonous, toxic kind of behavior, basically. I don't know, maybe. So yeah, I don't know, basically. So yeah, I mean, in general, what I'm trying to say as well is just like, yeah, I mean, I'm an otaku. I don't give a shit about what's I'm only entitled to care about what the otaku community has to say in some shape or form. And I kind of have to defend my own stance even within the community to kind of tell you that it's like, no, what the fuck, shut the fuck up. Like, even within the otaku community, you got a lot of things that have like Anglo-Saxon influence, like, I don't know, knights with what is it, witches, fucking like chimeras, griffins, whatever the fuck. Yeah, those things are cool. Yeah. So when one kind of observes what the community is producing, really, for example, Elden Ring, it's like, yeah, it's made by a Japanese producer or Japanese community or some programming community that is otaku themselves to some level. And they're like, yeah, they produce some cool shit. They got a samurai, they got a fucking like sword master, bullshit, hero, axe, whatever the fuck. And it's a product of it. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, it just kind of makes sense to kind of like sometimes contribute into that community in the way that it is possible within the roots of possibility, and within the love that one has for the community over what it produces, basically. And it's not always going to be 100% accurate because, like, there's always going to be personal interests attached onto things, but that's just life in general sometimes. But don't let your personal interests drive you into fucking insanity and self-destruction of even the most basic aspects of human behavior and physiology. Because at that point, you're just destroying people for the sake of destroying people, and there's no point in doing that. No fucking point. So anyway, let's get into Elden Ring. Cool. Cool. Okay, so I went through there, and I think the fucker lied to me. Ow. Ow. What the shit is this thing? But I guess there's more birds. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, cool. Whatever. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's just like... I don't consider myself the smartest person in the world, basically. Like, I don't consider myself a genius of any sort. But this person who is kind of limited by their own kind of like thought process and their own perspective can tell you one thing, and things were getting a little bit too stupid, basically. Like, even for my own standards, I observe it and I'm like, dude, there's no fucking way that people actually believe this, right? And they fucking did. Or it's like, or they believed it enough to use it as a weapon, basically. They believed in the weapon. And when you believe in the weapon, it doesn't necessarily mean that they believe in it in itself. But if they believe in weaponizing things in such a level, it shows the level of decadence that they're really a part of at that point. It shows that they have embraced decadence. It shows that they have embraced the lack of standards. And it shows that if they call everybody inhuman, maybe the head is singing what they actually believe rather than what they actually are saying, that rather than their actions, basically. Oh, fuck. Like, maybe their actions are saying something, and maybe their voices are saying something, that they know that they are no longer human in some shape or form. They have abandoned humanity so far that they're willing to call other people inhuman as a consequence. They're willing to put a shock collar onto people and telling them, yeah, we're the most human because we've got a shock collar for humans. It's like, yeah, no, this is our legacy to some level. I was like, yeah, the shock color is always going to be intolerance. How intolerant of you to not submit to my holy orders. It's like, yeah, to some level, you just kind of have to be like, holy orders. Can we just call it by what it is? And it is just selfish, individual desires, basically. It is what it is. It is just a quest for individual treasures beyond humanity itself. And by doing so, we have destroyed our biggest treasure of them all. The willpower to live in a world where you can actually be happy to be yourself, basically. By conceding by conceding your own temptation and to protect the fresh blood and meat of some women for your consumption, you have as a consequence doomed the entire of humanity to eat each other out in the most fearful and most self-destructive fight, due to the fact that you decided that it was more necessary for you to get fresh meat than to, I don't know, just having a pleasant experience of the community itself. And it gets to a point where you're just like, yeah, no. That's fucking bullshit at some point. God fucking damn it, these things are so annoying. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's just no matter what, that's just always going to be a problem, really. It always fucking it always is gonna be that, exactly. It's God fucking, I hate this thing, actually. You can barely aim at it. Oh my fucking god, dude. I just want one object, which is over there. So yeah, it's like, what I'm trying to say is just like, yeah, when one loses agency to some level, you kind of like, when one loses agency while specifically being told that you have all the agency, it's kind of like specifically the definition of decay, basically, at that point. Because now it's like all modern wars are psychological at this point. They're no longer like, well, yeah, they still are being physically fought, but it's like more constantly we see more psychological wars constantly happening. I was like, yeah, no, to some point you just kind of have to be a little bit like, yeah. As a person, I kind of have to be a little bit aware that it's like, I mean, yeah, everything is difficult, everything is, but it's like, if it goes as far as losing agency to some level, you're just kind of like, yeah, no, that is the definition of decay at that point, where you're just where you know that you're creating bots yourself and calling them humans and calling the humans bots because they just don't obey exactly your rule. And it's like, yeah, no, it just no, it just becomes a very hilarious joke. Modern humanity is the biggest joke the world has ever seen, basically. It really is. It really has become a joke of no end. Oh my fucking god. How the hell? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. The fuck is this? Bolt. Okay. I don't know what's up with this place, actually. Like from my understanding, there has to be another route over here, or something else to explore. So yeah, to some level, it's kind of like, yeah, like I gotta be real with you, and it's like, I don't know if it's ASMR or something, or like voice drama themselves, but yeah, no, it's the more that I kind of like the more that I kind of read into the whole like problem when it comes to like the subconscious and everything, the more I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe it's the problem is ASMR specifically. Anybody that kind of like glorifies ASMR has already doomed themselves in some shape or form. Like, it has very high healing properties on the psychological level, but because it's a very like a heavily engineered tool for the healing of the subconscious and the self, kind of becomes this kind of, it kind of makes the mind be in a very deeply vulnerable state. And if the mind is in a vulnerable state constantly, it just creates this kind of like it kind of creates this the world of self-destruction in some shape or form, basically. And when I look at it from that perspective, I just kind of have to be like, yeah, maybe the world is not, but maybe there are some standardized content that really shouldn't be standardized specifically, or maybe they should have more supervision some level, because it's like, yeah, no, when there's too many personal interests put into place, it just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah. Yeah, no, I think that there has to be some level of control over some level. And this is from somebody who was addicted to that kind of thing constantly. It's like it kind of became this kind of thing where like I couldn't fall asleep until there was somebody sleeping in my ear, like talking in my ear, or having like the TV being put. And that kind of made me realize that it's like, no, that's such an unhealthy sleep pattern, basically. Yeah, because like if your human mannerisms makes it so that it is a dependency for you to fall asleep, kind of makes it very difficult to, I don't know. Hello. Kind of makes it very difficult to have like like some level of functionality, because it's like ASMR can like subconsciously disarm you of any motivation if you think about it.
Oh, you. Oh, great. I'm glad you're here. Just a small reward. I was saving it for you. Please, it's all yours.
Race mimic. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh yeah, I think I know what that is. Okay, cool. So yeah, to some level, I just kind of have to be a little bit more accurate and be like, yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's like not all Americans are good people. Some are terrible. Some are terrible people. They're just looking for. They would destroy their own country if it means they would destroy their own country and their own allies if you give them the chance, basically. So yeah, I mean, it kind of shows a little bit that that yeah, there's going to be bad people in America. There's going to be bad people in Mexico. There's going to be bad people in Japan. There's going to be bad people everywhere. And yeah, it's kind of a it's kind of a matter of balancing out what is the rightful thing to do, basically. What is the fair and just thing to do, basically. It's like glorifying a culture by generalizing it doesn't really help. It's like, to some level, I can be like, okay, yeah, well, I love Bandai Namco, right? Because they made Elden Ring, right? I love them because they made this thing. But, and it's like, okay, yeah, they made it. Okay, sure. But it's like, when it comes to countries, it's a little bit different, actually. It's like, yeah, can you love like 2 million people that are, well, 200 million people? It's like, nah, not really. It's like, it's logistically impossible to love 200 million people. And it's statistically impossible to love 2 million people. So it's like, yeah, I mean, at most you can love a team that they produce something. And it's not as harmful as saying, hey, I love 200 million people. It's like, yeah, it's way better to just say, hey, you love something? Cool. They made it. Okay, awesome. That's it. Ow. Okay, so where do I feel like this is a dead end for sure. It really feels like it is. So I'm gonna have to go into the map or something. Okay. Let's go into the gatekeeper. So yeah, it's like, to some level, that's kind of the thing a little bit.
safe. I've come into some fine goods. Only it turns out I can't use a one of them. Perhaps you'd like to take them off my hands.
Okay. Bandit garb. Maybe that's something that I can use. Oh, the cestus is here. Okay. Okay, so this is the other side. Let's see. Rhinus Lily. So yeah, and in some shape or form, it kind of is exactly like that, where... Like, sometimes I actually wonder if, like, how cold are you as a person until you realize what people actually feel for you, basically. And it's kind of like, I feel like it's very difficult to realize how much people care about you when one assumes that people are always looking for, I don't know, some kind of like monetary value of some sort. It's like, yeah, maybe they just don't. Maybe it's just saving face. Maybe it's just whatever, right? It's like, yeah, to some level, I kind of accept that. To some level, in some shape or form, I kind of accept it. I accept it now, but it's like, it's unfortunate that my mental health depends on a community a little bit too much, basically. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, duh. Okay, summoning. Okay, red signifies adversary. The multiplayer session will begin once either type has been summoned. You will become roll of fingers. Finger remedy. Okay. I was like, it's kind of funny enough because, like, I never thought about it from this perspective, but it's like, I guess your mental health really depends on the community that you belong to, basically, to some level. It's like, yeah, you feel happy if you have friends, basically. Fire grease, okay. You feel satisfied if you have friends and family, or like a girlfriend, a boyfriend, whatever you want to, any kind of friend, basically. And it's like me being, I feel like the thing is, like, me personally speaking, right? I'm the kind of person that became too cold on purpose, like in the past, basically. Because I already knew that people are capable of horrible things if you give them the chance to do horrible things, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, what do you do specifically as a person, really? Like, what exactly do you do as a person? It's like sometimes it just becomes very, very natural to become cold and distant. Okay. But it's like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the easy thing to do if you think about it. Kind of similarly that it is easy to submit. It is easy to, you know, being cold and distant. So yeah, it's like, even in sexuality, if you think about it, it is very easy to be called a distant. Specifically, it's like, yeah, it is kind of like the easiest thing that you can do within sexuality. It's like, yeah, you just get a moment of pleasure and you never care about what they do later with their lives. It's just very easy. And in some level, I guess it's has become glorified a little bit, basically. So yeah, it's like, to some level, I kind of have to be a little bit observant, basically. Because it's like, if they accuse you of something in particular, the likelihood that that is what is inside of their heads in that particular instance is a reflection, basically. It is a reflection of their own psychology to some level. And if that is a reflection of your own psychology, then I guess I just kind of have to be a little bit careful to what people say to me whenever they are on the offensive, basically. Because it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the funny thing about offensive strategies, basically, when it comes to psychological warfare, a little bit. It's like, yeah, if a person is presumably brewing kind of like a pattern of behavior, it shows that there is something constantly going through their heads about what exactly is their where exactly their mind is basically. And sometimes those ideas aren't exactly the reflection of what is believed, ironically. Like, it really fucking isn't, actually. But it's just like, if people kind of like target you specifically, and they have a specific kind of like, how do I put it? If they have like a specific line of thought put onto you so that your thought process becomes exactly the same as it has been put onto you, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess that's kind of the thing. And it's kind of like when the subconscious is involved into this, basically. When there's programming done into the subconscious of the individual from time to time, from suggestive memories a little bit, or like even content itself a little bit, you kind of can't stop to realize that it's like, yeah, not all content is specifically crafted to your best interest, basically. If anything, most of the time it isn't, really. It's on your worst interest. And it's just like, yeah, again, as I said before, it's like, yeah, we just want you to kill yourself with your own poison, specifically. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit when it comes to where I kind of like low-key do dislike a little bit about the North American continent specifically. Well, it's like, I have a feeling that it's the entire human race, but it's like, yeah, the what I'm aware of the most is the North American circle and a little bit of the Japanese circle. And it's like, if I think about it from some perspective, really, it's like, if there's some level of programming to the subconscious that can affect your everyday life by suggesting some line of code kind of in the shape of a malware to manifest a pattern of behavior, it just becomes a little bit like it's just a nasty weapon basically to use onto people. Yeah. It's like a very nasty weapon to use onto people. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't really like it, to be honest with you. It's like anybody can be a bot if you're in the right condition, basically. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck are you? I feel like I need a better weapon for this. Okay, so yeah. Like, I don't know specifically, but it's... Yeah, to some level I kind of have to be a little bit... like, aware to what people say in what context sometimes. In what benefit. Like, in some shape or form, sometimes you kind of have to look at the benefit that people get out of something. The tone that people, where people say it. And I kind of have to ignore, sometimes, some of the context. Ironically, because it's kind of like it shows what where their mind is specifically. As like emotional attachment doesn't always mean that there's gonna be favorable emotional attachment. Sometimes that emotional attachment is very negative and very toxic in nature. And when you look at the perspective of a narcissist, basically, it's like the perspective of a narcissist makes it so that you're with me or you're against me. If you're with me, I want you to love me. If you're against me, don't listen to me, basically. Don't listen to anything that I have to say, basically. If you're not in complete submission of me, you do not love me. And if you do not love me, I don't give a shit about you. And it's like when you look at it from that perspective, it's kind of like, yeah, no. That's kind of like an attitude that nobody really wants to deal with, basically. Yeah, a little bit. A fucking little bit. And it's tragic, basically. It is very fucking tragic when you actually realize what some actions really signify, basically. It's like when people are too full of themselves and they continue saying things that, hey, I'm the cool person. You're not the cool person. You're the cool person if you actually submit to me. But if you don't, then you're not a cool person. It's kind of like to some level. As a person, I guess I grew up out of that stupid bullshit, that stupid charade, where it's just like, no, I don't think you're the rightful person for my time, basically. You're a waste of time to some level if you continue with that attitude, basically.
Oh, hello. Of course, I understand. When you approach the gates, I'll signal It's only your neck on the line after all. Oh,
Okay, sure.
oh, hello.
I mean, I kind of have to buy this. Wait, what is this? I'll take the cestus. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, the cestus is no longer for parrying? It's just for punching? What the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean, actually?
The gates! Open the gates!
Okay, cool. Oh, what the fuck? What the shit is that? Yeah. That's kind of the thing about life in general a little bit. It's complex and easy. It's kind of easy to understand a little bit. Or should I say it's easier to understand now a little bit. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, it's easier to understand basically because you kind of, as a person, you kind of understand that it's just like, no, it's like people are definitely listening. People always listen to what you're saying specifically. But it's just a matter of like specifically, are you saying something that is going to benefit me in some shape or form? And it's like, yeah, well, I can say I love everybody, and they can be like, oh, you love everybody. Okay, well, you can love me. You can submit to me. Oh, fuck. And it's at that point where you as a person, you're kind of like, yeah, nah. Nah. Honestly, nah. Yes, as a person, you're kind of like, nah, I'm good, basically. Exiled creeps. So yeah, it's like me personally as an individual. Sometimes I kind of think to myself that it's like, yeah, I mean, I kind of like Danganronpa, but I shouldn't expect anything. Sometimes, really, because submission just only brings psychological wounds. It just brings the worst out of people. It just brings the worst out of me, even. And that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's just like, even though, I mean, yeah, there's some level of consensual interaction. Always. There's always some level of consensual interaction. Basically. But if having like absolute submission brings only psychic wounds, it's like submission just becomes the dumbest choice, basically. It always becomes the dumbest choice, basically. And I guess it was like a very tough lesson for me, basically. And it's a lesson that really has been a part of some of the community, basically, as of late. The reason why that is because it's way easier to submit. It's just objectively much simpler to submit to other people, basically. It is much more difficult to have an opinion about something. It is much, and not only that, defending your opinion. Oh, what the fuck? Come on. Okay. Yeah, it just becomes like in the modern era, having your own opinion, it's kind of an achievement within itself, basically. Because of the amount of like with the amount of like I don't fucking know. With the amount of marketing, social media, everything, it's just like, okay, who do you follow? Who do you want to follow? Will you follow something? What do you follow exactly? It's like, to some level, you are attached to something. Yes, you definitely are. But it's not a matter of absolute submission to following something, basically. And it shows that in the West, that is a common topic, basically. So much so that they're abandoning even the roots of freedom for the sake of following the right things, basically. Submitting to the right things. And because of it, freedom has died, basically. I mean, literally, that has been the reason why freedom has died. And Google has been very accepting that freedom is not the way to go, basically. From what I'm understanding, Google doesn't care about freedom sometimes. They really don't. They want you to be chained to your anxiety. They want your anxiety to overpower you and become a pet of Google, where if they tell that you must shake your hand to people, you must shake it, basically. Oh my fucking god. So yeah, in some shape or form, does Google see people as human beings? And it's like, I don't think they do, actually. Like, generally speaking, I think that Google thinks that most people are stupid imbeciles, basically. And you know what the funniest part is? They think that you are an imbecile because that's what they wanted you to be, specifically. That's what they wanted you to be, in particular. Like, I'm not trying to start some shit, but a lot of Google employees have shown their hand, basically. And it's from the empirical evidence from opening the Google search bar. Basically, the empirical evidence that Google is showing us is they're willing to cause as much anxiety as possible onto anyone looking for information. They're willing to give them as many choices for them to go into a panic mode to not know what to do specifically. They're willing to give promotion to anybody who is willing to destroy you, basically. In some shape or form, they give the keys to the kingdom to those who wish to destroy you, basically. And yeah, and they call it they call this form of slavery freedom to some level. It's like, I guess it is freedom, but it's their freedom, basically. It's their freedom to treat you like a slave to some level. It is the freedom to shape the mind of an imbecile that is easy to manipulate, basically. God fucking damn it, dude. So that's kind of the thing, is like, if we actually analytically look at what Google has become by the sheer amount of, by the UI even, and by the tools that they're producing, they produced an AI image generator. They're promoting AI images generators. They're eliminating the necessity for individuality. They're causing anxiety by telling you that AI will take your job no matter what. They're causing as much havoc by telling you that you must submit to something. Not love something, but you must submit to something, by having headliners who are heavy hitters in favor of, like, I don't know, like some particular circle or not, basically. And it's like, it's an exercise of full submission, basically. And yeah, they call it freedom specifically. Oh, what the fuck is this bullshit? And it's not only Google, though, it's everybody. Everybody who has accepted that this is the world that we live in, basically. Everybody has embraced it because everybody wants to own people, basically. They don't care about individuality. They don't care that for you to have individuality. Or should I say, if you're an individual that does not that steals something from them, they do not care about you, basically. So yeah, to some level, I guess I kind of like stopped submitting to the internet a little bit. Like, the internet is not making me happy. The internet only caused for me to listen to campaigns of harassment in 2016. The internet has only allowed me to take countless spears onto the heart, to almost have a heart attack, basically. It's like, yeah, to some level, it's like, why did they do so? Because they saw me as a threat, basically. And they continue seeing me as a threat to some level. But yeah, that's kind of the thing about humanity, basically. It's like anything that is out of your control is kind of a threat in some shape or form. Literally. It really is. It is a sad realization of our condition, basically. Oh, pike! Magic grease. So yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where, like, as a person, it becomes kind of crucial, kind of key to look at yourself in the mirror exactly and see specifically the things that you have done to like other people and the things that you actually have done to like yourself, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, I kind of like myself when I kind of think in a reasonable state, basically. I kind of like myself when I'm actually being honest about what I want, basically. And it's like, yeah, sometimes I'm just a guy, and sometimes I just want to look at women with big titties that are like brown, white, a little bit charcoal sometimes, but it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Or maybe butts from a rare occasion, and sometimes it's just like, yeah, no, I don't know, basically. Sometimes flat chests are the thing that are necessary to kind of pass on by, and sometimes it's like, yes, yeah, I guess so. Sometimes I was like, yeah, when you look at it from that perspective, really, it's like, yeah, no. When I listen to myself, it's when I'm the happiest, or should I say, when I'm at most peace. Okay, please can shoot the guy, not me. But yeah, it's like a complex issue a little bit. It's just it is that exactly where, as a person that kind of just I just kind of end up laughing about it a little bit. It's like it's like, oh, am I gonna get another sleepless night? Wow, what a surprise. And did I offend somebody today again? Wow. Such is the land of freedom, I guess. And that is when I'm just like, yeah, nah. Freedom. That's kind of a funny joke in itself. So yeah, it's kind of weird specifically. It's like as people we aren't allowed to offend anybody. You say that you are allowed to, but you're not, basically. You're not. You're, and sometimes being yourself offends people, even. Being yourself apparently offends people. Liking people offends people. Being liked by people offends people. And at that point, I'm just like, oh, wow, okay, yeah. uh... Not liking people offends people. I was like, yeah, in retrospect, that was kind of my problem as well. But it shows that it's insecurity a little bit. I was like, yeah, maybe it's just that the world has become more insecure, basically. The world has become insecurity incarnate, basically. Okay. I still get hit from that. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like it's a bizarre world that we live in, basically. It's yeah, like I don't know how to put it, basically, but the more that I discovered about the world, the more I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense, because that's what I would do if I had unrestrained power about something. And it's like, and people say, oh, because that's what you would do with unrestrained power, then that means that I should do it, right? And it's like, no, not really, no. Not really, no. But yeah, that's kind of the tragedy of it all, basically. If I had the power of unrestrained, limitless amounts, I'd probably be just as stupid as the people who are doing these kind of things, basically. And I would have lost myself in a nihilistic cycle. A cycle, preparing my own self-destruction in some shape or form, basically. Maybe I avoid that, actually. But yeah, it's the tragedy of everything, basically. It's like, if you feel like you must defend something delicious, you will defend it. If you think that you have a precious, you will defend it. So much so that you will become kind of like a monster just to get the powerful ring of everything, basically. And that's sad. It's sad to the maximum extent, really. Uh, And that's kind of the funny thing about it. It's like, if the rules told you that you need to skin a person alive, you would do it. If the rules of the game was you need to skin somebody alive in order for you to be the righteous owner of a house, you would probably do it. And if people accepted it as a rule, then it would be like moral, like ethical and accepted within society. So that's kind of like the hilarious thing about modernity, modern life. Basically, if you think about it, modern life has become that world exactly. Modern life has become, it's okay for you to skin somebody alive. It's okay to mutilate a person's most private parts. It's okay. And it's okay for you to call them something that they're not. It's kind of on the same level as saying, hey, it's okay for you to skin somebody alive that is misbehaving. It's like, yeah, it's okay. It's kind of on the same level if you think about it, basically. Or even worse. Actually, reality is a little bit worse if you think about it, basically. So, yeah, no, it's it shows that sometimes whenever people just follow rules, they never think about rules. They never do. Whenever people use Google, they don't think about Google, about what Google is actually like doing in benefit of the community or not. Nobody thinks. Nobody thinks anything anymore, basically. It's the standard, even. It is the standard to not think. So yeah, it's kind of weird, specifically. So yeah, to some level, I mean, I'm not gonna say that it's like I'm not gonna play by the rules, but sometimes you really have to be a little bit unorthodox when it comes to things that are too stupid, basically. Sometimes you really have to be unorthodox. God fucking damn it, dude. This thing! Yeah. Yeah, as a person, you sometimes have to be a little bit more like oh my fucking god, this thing is so annoying. I just want to know how many runes this thing's gonna drop a little bit. But yeah. So yeah, it's weird actually. But yeah, it's kind of weird specifically. It's like that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's just that reality is often disappointing, basically. And it's like, yeah, sometimes you ruin people accidentally. Sometimes you do it without intent. Sometimes you do it because you're discovering. Sometimes you do it because, like, just something happened and you ruined their life without wanting to ruin them, basically. It's kind of like, yeah, well... That's kind of the thing a little bit. But you know what's the worst part of it all sometimes? Is like people know that reality is disappointing. So people expect you to swallow that disappointment. Really. And that's also another thing about life in general. It's like people don't want to be disappointing, but they are disappointing. They feel like they're disappointing. And when they're not disappointing, they are boasting about their ego way too much and nobody likes them. And it's like, yeah, just... It's complicated, basically, from time to time. Soldier's crossbow. For fuck's sake, leave me alone. Okay, yeah, sure. Actually. But yeah, it's weird, basically. If I look at it from that perspective, it's yeah, it's a tough life. It's really tough. Right armament, left armament. Defense power. Okay. And it's like, yeah, what is disappointing exactly? Are you disappointing? Am I disappointing? Who is disappointing exactly? What is the disappointment that you are a part of? Am I disappointing because I've decided to not live exactly as other people? And it's like, am I disappointing for not following the exact same rituals that other people have followed? Even if that meant potentially going into an existence that is full of people that are offended easily and want to see the destruction of their own world, even if it means to get their revenge onto people. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing sometimes. That's kind of like a thing of human nature, basically. And I feel like maybe the reason why the world turned into this is because too much vengeance happened. The world where everything was pretty and clean just ended up vanishing, basically. The world that every millennial kind of lived, that every zillennial lived through, kind of vanished along with us, because we discovered how humans are truly like. Basically, we discovered that the older generation was just sugarcoating everything, always, for the younger generation. And in some level, we ended up sugarcoating in some shape or form. I guess we ended up sugarcoating things ourselves too, because that's the only way to sometimes carry forward, basically. Sometimes we just, as older people, we kind of have to sugarcoat it so that younger people have the motivation to go outside and explore the world, basically. Like, sometimes I guess we do. But yeah, it gets to the point as well where if you sugarcoat it too much, well, people become a little bit too weak and feeble when any obstacle like happens, basically. It's like, yeah, I guess to some level it's like, yeah, sugarcoat it a little bit, but not too much, basically. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay. So yeah, that's weird. It's like you say, okay, sugarcoat it, okay, not sugarcoat it, okay, sugarcoat it a little bit. What exactly do you fucking want? And it's like, supply and demand, I guess. That's kind of the thing. Like, there's no definitive, in the world of humans, there's never a definitive answer. There never is. It's empathy is the answer, actually. Like, you don't need sugarcoating for the people who doesn't wish to have it. Sometimes people do really need to be sugarcoated, basically. Sometimes they have to go to fucking Disneyland and Mickey Mouse telling them that they're a hot piece of ass, basically. Sometimes Mickey just has to say, "Oh, little Missy, wow, I would totally go and take you down every night and take you to Pound Town if it was up to me." I was like, sometimes it really has to be like that. Sometimes you really have to be. Sometimes you really kind of have to sugarcoat it, depending on what the person is really like. And sometimes you really don't, actually. Sometimes you really cannot sugarcoat it too much. Commoner's simple garb. So yeah, it's kind of like, hey, just like to the fat woman, I kind of have to tell them, go exercise. To the slim woman, to the anorexic woman, I kind of have to tell her, go eat something. Makes sense now, doesn't it? To the woman that does nothing, tell her to do something. To the person that wants to be loved just because she has masculine shoulders, tell her, well, try to polish yourself a little bit. Make yourself more attractive to men. I don't know. To the woman that is a lesbian, well, go fucking eat some coochie and don't ask me. Go find a lesbian, tell her, open your legs, and eat the honey, the rancid honey that is gonna come out between her legs. It's like, that's kind of the thing, really, sometimes. Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay, this is what I get. Okay, don't be a lesbian. Don't be a fucking lesbian. Okay, fine. I get it. Don't be a lesbian. Hey, fuck you, man. Okay, sure. That's like, yeah, to some level. Kind of like, yeah, not everything is like sometimes you need something different depending on the person that you're kind of facing. And it's like, yeah, that's the only loving thing that you can do sometimes. That's the most loving thing that you can do. Tell them this is okay because people like you. This is not okay because people dislike you. And yeah, that's it basically. That's basically it. Okay, so we know that is a thing. Is there something else over here? I think there is. Oh my fucking god. To the flat woman, tell her there's men with other tastes. Some men actually want to treat you like you're a potato sack. Basically, some men actually do. If you're a short woman with a flat chest, let me tell you something. There are men who totally want to use you like a goddamn potato sack. I can tell you. So that's kind of the thing, really. Like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Ouch. Okay, cool. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like like you really have to be like, I guess it also comes down to men not being like honest enough about what they actually care about, basically. I feel like that's also a problem. It's like there's too many men who sugarcoat it too much, I guess. Because we were educated into respecting women a little bit too much, basically. And it's like, a woman that is too respected is either going to become a maniac that's going to ask for praise 24/7, or she's going to become frustrated that nobody wants to date them, basically. It's like, it's kind of both the extremes of women, actually. It's like, they become fucking psychotic because nobody listens to them, and they become fucking so full of themselves that they think that anything that they say is rule. So it's like, so that's kind of the consequence of having too many men who are complacent, basically. That is the consequence of men who are not honest with themselves, basically. It's like, the only recommendation that I have to tell to men is like, okay, you're a guy, you're a straight guy. Say, I like pussy and I would like to eat it if I had the chance to do so. And if I like brown pussy, I will go on and eat brown pussy if I get the chance to do so. If I like white pussy, I will go out and eat white pussy because it is the thing that I wish to consume. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. I mean, I'm kind of in the camp where I'm like, okay, yeah. Charcoal is like, oh, okay, maybe that's not to my taste, actually. Not to my taste. Brown, I can totally take, yeah. Any shade of brown, basically, but it's like charcoal is kind of like, yeah, I start like a little bit like, yeah, no, basically, not my preference, basically. Yeah, it's like, and it's unfortunate, but that's just kind of me, basically. That's just kind of my preference specifically. So, yeah, and it's like, yeah, but I mean, if you told me, okay, what do you prefer? And it's like, dude, Asian chicks all the time. It's like, please give me that yellow shade of fucking disgusting vomit skin onto me, because that's the only way that I'm gonna feel happy in some shape or form. And if it's kind of on the lighter yellow, that's also fine. If it's gonna be on the darker yellow, that's perfectly fine. It's just gonna be that kind of thing, basically. Oh, for fuck's sake! I was like, yeah, to men, I have to tell you, it's okay to have preferences. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, you kind of have to be like, hey, I actually like this, right? Because if somebody else out in the world is like, hey, by the way, I know this brown chick, and she has nice titties, she has a nice face, she's kind of smart, and you're not into brown chicks, it's just gonna be like, hey, yeah, I'm tolerant, but I mean, I'm just dating you because I'm being tolerant, and I just want to discover myself by actually talking to a brown chick. So it's like, yeah, I mean, totally awesome. That's kind of like, yeah, well, if you're forcing yourself a little bit too much, it's like, yeah, that's just going to create chaos sometimes. It's like, it's okay to be open. It's okay to be open. But it's like, but if you're too open, that you're kind of like, that you're taking psychological wounds, it's like, yeah, no, maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, it's kind of like, as long as your your mind is able to like enjoy something, basically, or enjoy a person, like the company of a person. Ow. This castle is bullshit. What the fuck is this thing? Who the fuck designed this, actually? So yeah, it's like, it's exactly that, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, to some level, I kind of have to be like, hey, I mean, do you like Japanese chicks? Okay, yeah, sure. Do you like Japanese chicks with flicks? And it's gonna be like, yeah, sure. Do you like Japanese chicks with... No. I was like, yeah, no, that's kind of the thing, really. Where the fuck am I going, actually? Hello? So yeah, that's gonna thing a little bit, basically. Where the fuck am I going, actually? What the fuck are you? Okay, yeah, well... Okay, awesome. Yeah, no. Okay. Okay. Oh, what the shit is that? Okay, yeah, no, cool, awesome, nice boss, or not nice nice mob, should I say? Nice mob. Yep, very nice mob. Yep. I have to do that shit all over again. I love it. Oh, for fuck's sake! What is that thing supposed to be, even? I don't know myself. Probably will never know. But yeah, at some point, I just kind of have to be a little bit, yeah, I guess I'm, that's kind of my problem a little bit. It's like, I tend to be a little bit blunt when it comes to certain things. And it's like, oh yeah, is that autistic? No, I just think that it's like, sometimes it kind of is necessary to kind of say it how it is, basically, because it's like, I've learned from experience that it's like, it's just better to say the things that you're into. It's just better. It's better to say that, it's better to accept the things that you're into than to kind of like insinuate that you have a possibility of getting into other things, basically, because like when you insinuate that you will get into other things and you step away from the final prize, it just becomes very, very clear that it's just like, nah, like you got fucked if you took your eyes out of the prize, basically, specifically. But yeah, in some level, like the way that I look at modern life a little bit, like I look at it a little bit differently. I started looking at conversations on the parking lot. Like, for example, every single time that I see like a parking lot conversation, I just kind of like see it as a gossip magazine. Basically, I'm just like, yeah, that's hilarious. Actually, that's hilarious what they're saying. Actually, it's hilarious the way that some people say certain things. And it's like, haha, okay, yeah, good one. Good fucking one, dude. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's like it's kind of funny. It's kind of weird to say it in some shape or form, but it's like, dude, it's like life is a fucking gossip magazine. Life is a motherfucking parking lot. Life is it's a fight outside of a goddamn Costco parking lot, okay? Like everybody's got their money in. Everybody got money in their hands. They're like, hey, this guy is gonna fight this other guy. You like, and later today at like 2 p.m. there's gonna be some rap fight. There's gonna be a dance fight. There's gonna be a fight. There's gonna be this guy's gonna eat an entire fucking burrito on his throat without chewing it. This girl is gonna take an entire is gonna ride a donkey. Like, dude, that's gonna be insane. And it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, really, it's just kind of like, oh fuck, okay, yeah, no, the world, literally everything is a gossip magazine if you look hard enough. Basically every single fucking thing in the entire fucking world is a goddamn gossip magazine. Literally, it literally is. Even the philosophers have their own gossip magazines. That's the most hilarious part. Even the philosophers who look beyond the mundane will have their own gossip magazine because they need to communicate to other philosophers the bullshit that the common man is actually doing to some level. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, that's the funniest shit. That is literally the funniest shit I've ever seen. Literally, it is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Okay, what the fuck is this? Ow. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I totally get it. Oh my fucking god, dude. Dude, what the shit is this game, dude? It's like so open world, and I don't know where the fuck I'm going. It's like, do I go over there? If I go over there, am I gonna be able to do something? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna come back here and go the other way and see if there's something. I know that there's giants over here. Let's see if it matters, actually. If I kill them or not. I'm just gonna dodge every single fucking giant that I see. It's like, yeah. But yeah, again, it's like, again, the world is a fucking gossip magazine. Like, everything is a gossip magazine. Everybody behaves like they're still in high school. If Mr. CEO gets a blowjob on the school toilet, he's gonna go get that shit if he has a possibility to get it. So that's kind of the thing a little bit, basically. Any CEO of any tech finance kind of bullshit, or any kind of like any kind of woman of the finance circle can use their puppies in order for them to get another accountant's wiener wet, basically, if you think about it, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, the same with artists. Do you think that there are artists who are gonna have like a ghost clay making session where they're just rubbing their hands in filthy, disgusting brown clay on their hands, shaping it like a goddamn dildo? And it's like, yeah, probably they're gonna be doing that. Quite possibly. That is within the realm of possibility. Are there gonna be motherfucking is there a plumber society where men and women are actually just gathering to be plumbers? Because if they are, they definitely are into anal sex at that point. They're definitely into anal sex. I mean, they have to go into the back door. They kind of have to clean that up constantly. If you think about it, probably. So if there's no plumber society of men and women, get onto that, I guess. Start cleaning pipes from the front and the back, actually. Unclog thy pipes, I say, actually. And it's like, yeah, to some level, it's like, yeah, the Shakespearean society is like, if you do not risk me up with motherfucking poetry, I ain't getting wet, basically. The same thing with a guy that's like, dude, if you don't actually tell me how much of a harlot you are, I'm not going into a crusade to get into thine chambers, okay? Like, I'm not doing that shit, basically. And it's like, yeah, probably that is very possible, specifically. God fucking damn it, dude! Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. So yeah, like honestly though, it's like there's gonna be dudes and chicks who are gonna be like, hey, I like Miss America. Let's just have wild Miss American doggy dog mood side, basically. And it's gonna be like, yeah, totally, yeah, I totally get behind that, actually. I was like, yeah, no. It's like, to their circles, there's gonna be fetishes over why something is more delicious, basically. God fucking damn it! Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, cool, whatever. Dude, I feel like I need some better armor, actually. I think it's time for me to try to get some better armor. For sure. Like, I don't know. Okay, that was an accident. Okay, equipment. Is there something? 8, 10, 9. Confessor armor. Paramagic, holy. Okay, this is better. Confessor gloves. Can I still carry this, actually? Confessor boots. Okay, cool. I guess this works for now. Not the most stylish, but it works a little bit. I'll take it. Of course. But of course. This castle is fucking bullshit, man. But yeah, it's like, okay. Okay, so how do I okay, so in short, how do I sugarcoat it into the public? It's like, do I tell that I love everybody when that's clearly a fucking lie? Or do I just say, hey, there's some level of preference that I have, and I would definitely kind of lie if I told you otherwise, because like I have preference, absolutely. Now that being said, it's just like, yeah, well, because of it, it just makes like the most loving decision that is like, if you feel like you're out of shape, you're gonna have to get into shape. The same thing, the same way that, because if I lie to your face that is like, oh no, being chubby is okay. Well, sometimes that's sometimes a little bit, but sure, not always, definitely not. But I would prefer to everybody to be fit to some level. But it's kind of like, yeah, no, it's like to some level specifically. I just kind of have to be a little bit realistic with what is. I kind of have to be a little bit realistic with the public, with the audience, and be like, yeah, no, absolutely. Like there are things that work out in the aspects of reality, which makes life way more enjoyable, basically. And if I told you that everything is okay, well, we're gonna get into that point where we're just going to go into the route of self-destruction again. Everybody's gonna hate each other all the time. Everybody's gonna be scared that they're gonna offend somebody. Everybody's gonna be made out of fucking paper. And everybody's gonna become a fucking tyrant the moment that they get offended over the smallest thing, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing a little bit. Where having too many people who are a little bit too coddled, you can create this kind of environment where like they're not going to be able to take any kind of contrasting argument. I know that because like I went through that basically. And yeah, when you aren't able to take any kind of any kind of contrasting argument, you end up in a very, very tough spot, basically. Because at that point, you, as a person, you're unable to kind of handle anything that is different to you, basically. And if you're unable to do that, the likelihood that you're gonna be triggered and trigger people is gonna increase, and it's just gonna be very unenjoyable to you and everybody around you if you aren't able to kind of have like a simple discussion about anything. And it's like the thing about it as well is that people who only say one side of the story when it comes to psychological, when it comes to dealing with other people, basically, when it's like, oh yeah, no, your emotions don't matter, even although that they're a reflection of your own logic. It's kind of like when you look at it from that perspective, really, it's you kind of end up into this kind of loop of misunderstanding what is actually the necessity that one must do in order for you to get a functional society, basically. And that is kind of the thing, really. It's like society is made of the logical structure and our physiology, really. We are made within our own capabilities. We have 5 fingers. Our 5 fingers are capable of grasping a video game controller that it has been specifically made for our hands who have 5 fingers. There are people who are going to have 3 fingers, and they're going to be able to play it as well, basically. Maybe they will have the same type of like motherfucking mouses or shit, or maybe they're gonna have to engineer themselves something into them enjoying something. The same thing is like with a piano. A piano is made with the intent of the 5 finger format for you to kind of have the most enjoyable experience out of the piano itself. And we design things according to our necessities, really. So because we design things according to our necessities, does it make sense to design a system even in the programming sphere to not cause psychological wounds onto people, or cause future psychological wounds onto people, by maybe perhaps in fact actually not creating unnecessary anxiety where it doesn't need to exist? And it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, absolutely, it makes perfect fucking sense to have the mentality of the design over what is kind of necessary to have in a workspace environment. So again, this is kind of the thing where it's like, design. People have stopped designing things for useful purpose within our reality. They've designed things for people who do not exist, basically. People have gone out of their way to make things for people that don't exist because they hate society enough that they wish to make things for entities that have no word or foot in the realm of existence, essentially. And yeah, I think that is very real. That is a very real consequence that we're kind of living in today's world. People don't want to make things for other people anymore because people hate people. And sometimes it makes me think that it's like, do fashion designers no longer design for real people anymore? And it's like, yeah, maybe that's also another thing, basically. Oh, I have no stone sword key. Okay. Where I'm like a little bit... It's like, yeah, when you look at the fashion circle, sometimes do fashion designers make fashion for normal people? And it's like, they probably don't. Why? Because they hate people, basically. Or there are going to be people who actually love people, and they're going to make fashion for them to some level. And it's like, yeah, that's going to happen. That has happened, and that will continue to happen, basically. Designing things out of hatred, out of making things, making a name out of yourself, making a name out of like the things that do not exist, making clothes for people who will never actually embrace this kind of style. Or sometimes you do, sometimes they do, and you never know, basically. But that's kind of the thing a little bit. That's the nature. That's the nature of humanity, basically. God fucking damn it, dude. So yeah, it's like that's the nature of people in general. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. Ow. Oh my, of course that there was gonna be a fucker there. Of course. What is that shit, man? What is that? What the fuck is that shit? Come on. So yeah, it's weird. It's like you can say that. Like I feel like it's necessary to say that it's okay to have preferences, basically, and that you can be respectful of individuals, basically. But again, it's like, but it's okay to have preferences, basically. It's okay to have preferences, and but it's kind of the same thing where it's just like you don't encourage women to be chubby because that's gonna affect their health, basically. Just like, yeah, no, it makes, yeah, please do not fucking, like, if people tell you that something unhealthy is good for you, don't follow that advice. Actually, don't really fucking follow that advice, because you're gonna hurt yourself more in the long run. Yeah, like legitimately, I think that women are gonna affect themselves more in the long run if they just start if they just start being complacent as well. It's like men, like individuals need to stop being complacent and too comfortable over the condition that they're in sometimes, because they just make their lives worse. Also, whoever designed this fucking mob, eat a dick, actually. Legitimately go fucking eat a dick. Who the fuck designed this eagle? Who did this? Legit, who did this? Okay, equipment. Broadsword. Sturdy, strength. I need what exact? 20 strength. I need 20 strength for a pike. Okay. Okay. Battle sword. Strength. Actually, I should use my magic. Not really think about it. Magic slash. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, well, would you look at that? Actually, of course. Much more. Yeah, this is much more efficient, actually. Against the Eagles, yeah, this is really good. Okay. Smithing stone. Okay, that works. So yeah, like no matter what, here's also another thing that I kind of realized is that no matter what, there's always going to be tragedy. Really. Why? Because there's always going to be somebody who is losing in some shape or form. There's always going to be like some kind of representation of tragedy, either by the people who are winning or the people who are losing, basically, depending on how sentimental one side is feeling. That's kind of like, yeah, well, sometimes you really want to express that onto the world, that you're tragically sad, or that sometimes you kind of have to like present specifically. You want to present something onto the world, something. Decent. Well, that was very nice, actually. I kind of handled that impeccably. Golden rune. And that's kind of the funny thing about life in general, basically, is that the fuel of the, like, actually that's kind of the funny thing. Like, I'm starting to understand the patterns of behavior that people kind of pull into things, basically, because it shows when the brain of a person is being too active in such a beautiful manner, it shows that there's some kind of like golden era in that circle in some shape or form, because things become so easy to make that it just becomes that it's there's no necessity to express anything else beyond the art itself. And if there's too much beautiful art being presented, well, it's kind of a signal that something is going very well on that side of the board, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, maybe on the side of Bandai Namco, basically, there was a peak at some sort, or a peak of some sort, and it just kind of becomes this kind of like and it's kind of weird to say it like this, basically, because it's like you can say, what does that mean to you, a fan of Bandai Namco? And you can be like, hey, that's great, I get to play more video games, that's awesome. But then it's like Bandai Namco specifically is like, hey, by the way, I've had enough. I've had enough so much that I've created an open world Dark Souls game. So much so that I'm just going to say it to you without any kind of filter. You're fucking maidenless, and because you're my consumer, I really want to tell you that you're fucking maidenless. So you really need to get some chicks. Basically. Stop. I mean, yeah, play your game, that's perfectly fine. It's your entertainment. But also try to get some chicks along the way, because you're our fan base, okay? If our fan base is not productive, we are unable to sustain our lives, even though that we're pretty well off from the looks of things, basically. And that's kind of the funny thing about my psychoanalysis. It's like, do I think that I'm absolutely right about everything? And it's like, probably not. I'm probably not right about everything. I'm probably overreading a lot of things, but it's like the signs are like, I think that Elden Ring came out in 2024, basically. And is it possible that there was some AI involvement around 2024? It's like, yeah, possibly. That's very possible. I think that the conversations about AI started happening like around like 2021 or something like that. And it's like, did Elden Ring get some benefits of AI to the point of getting Elden Ring out of the door? And it's like, yeah, that's very possible. That is very likely. But again, it's like, even within that kind of field of spectrum, one kind of has to understand the brain waves that this kind of empire has produced, basically. Because in some shape or form, you can say that it's like their empire has harvested enough that they just have too much sometimes. And it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, it's the expression of having a girl tell you at the beginning that you are maidenless and that she will be your maid. It's a way to say to the player, hey, maybe you are maidenless yourself as well. Maybe it's time for you to actually try to raise up some chicks, because that way you will be happy enough to maybe buy our products in the foreseeable future, basically. But that is a sign that is like, yeah, probably the life at Bandai Namco was absolutely great. It was probably absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. That kind of like, maybe I'm psychoanalyzing a little bit too much. But yeah, maybe. That is very possible. So yeah, as a person, I guess I kind of needed to stop being naive to some level. Basically, to assume that things are for the benefit of the individual sometimes. It's like even you can be a fan of like a franchise and be like, hey, this is a great franchise. But shit can still happen to you. Basically. That's kind of like hard to accept in some shape or form, but it is what it is sometimes.
Ah, nice to meet you. The pleasure's mine. Roger is the name. A sorcerer, as you might have guessed.
Yeah, sure.
I'm looking for a little something here in the castle. When I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormvale Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
I'm here to defeat Godric.
I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Yeah, sure. Learn skills. Ash of War, spinning weapon. Grants affinities and skills to an armament. Okay, usable on swords as well as pole arms capable of thrusting. Usable on swords. Spinning weapon. On small and medium swords, axes and hammers, as well as pole arms and staffs. Great spears expected. Colossal weapons accepted. Okay, interesting. So it's like that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like you can expect compassion out of people from time to time, basically, because sometimes people have had enough. But sometimes that is also a trap within itself, if opportunity arises, basically. When opportunity arises, everything is a coliseum, everything is a parking lot, everything is a flaming wall of arrows coming at your way, a cannonball shaped exactly like you. And yeah, it's tragic in its own right. It really is fucking tragic. Decent. So yeah, it kind of becomes this kind of honorable or dishonorable fight where what the values are the ones you wish to see, basically. How honorable and dishonorable are you with your tactics? Are you actually doing it for the benefit of your community? Or are you just doing it for your own benefit? Are you just going to become a faceless jellyfish waiting for a man of essence to come out of his little destroyed castle? And it's like, yeah, no, it's a very complex issue sometimes. Sometimes it's not a matter of good and evil, it's just a matter of getting the right goods at the right time. It's about it's guerrilla warfare, basically. Guerrilla warfare. And it kind of is, really. It really legitimately is guerrilla warfare from time to time. Mimic's Veil. What the shit does that even mean? Ow! God fucking damn it, dude! So yeah, it's like it's a matter of balance as well to kind of make people realize that even though that some movements can be made to the benefit of the community, some movements also have to be done so that individuals can have some level of autonomy, basically. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. Oh, hello. Well, that was... because autonomy and agencies are very, very necessary for you to have some level of enjoyment out of life, basically. If you actually feel like you have agency within yourself, then yeah, I mean, you can enjoy life in general by you, the individual, being the individual yourself. You can feel like you are capable of achieving something within your flavor, within your own shape of us as a person, basically. And a lot of people don't like to realize that, and they like to be full of pride to say that they know better than anybody else, because everybody knows that they know better than everybody else, because that's just the nature of humanity sometimes. That's just their nature, to assume that they know better than everybody else. The same way that I know better than anybody else what I want in life, basically. But it's like there's this aspect where, like, sometimes when you're naive, you think that everybody is on the same page as you. It's like, yeah, no, it's not really it, basically. Not exactly. And pain is a very painful teacher, but yeah, you kind of realize a little bit that it's like, yeah, no, not everybody's on the same reasonable page, or if they are, they're not revealing it, basically. So yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like ow. Okay, whatever. We advanced a little bit. We explored a little bit. Today was all about conversation. Like, literally, I had so many things to talk about, basically. But yeah. Okay, let's go into... Okay. Okay, sure. So yeah, to finish up today's stream, I guess the note that I kind of want to end it specifically, it's that me as a person, I can only say what I as a person look towards the outside, basically. And I kind of in the past I kind of failed to realize that that people do have their own kind of vision over what is the ideal, basically. And because of it, because of my failure to understand what truly the internet was kind of like, the visions of the internet were kind of like having in front of them, basically, I kind of understood that it's just like, yeah, sometimes, objectively speaking, there are people who do not wish to, that will do anything they can, even the dirtiest moves, to get the things and the people that they want, basically. And it's like sometimes it gets to such a disgusting point where when there's no humanity to be left at a spot, basically there's no humanity left to be understood, and they claim themselves to be the most human by calling other people inhuman. In all irony, basically, it's like some people become the rightful owners of their own word, to say that you're not human enough when you're trying to discover your own humanity by doing something, by exploring yourself and exploring the behaviors that sometimes some people offer in front of you. And that's kind of the thing a little bit sometimes, that it's this kind of idea where, like, if you think about it, everybody is saying their own truth in some level. Everybody is saying the truth in some level because they are pursuing their valuable truths that are necessary for their survival and their enjoyment of life. Everybody is following their own truth, and everybody is saying the truth in some shape or form. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're absolutely wrong, that anything that a person will say is absolutely wrong, or that just because somebody says it will be wrong. It's just that there's emotional response towards something that you personally dislike, and that is the reality of things that kind of like poison our minds, basically, where we a lot of the times fail to realize that the truth of the world is more often just a parking lot fight. That is the truth of the world. Everybody is fighting outside in a parking lot. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. And we sugarcoat it from time to time to make people understand that it's like, yeah, no, there's no fights on parking lots. There's just sugar and rainbows. Do you want to have a taste? Go do something. Go do something in life. You'll find your cotton candy at some point. Don't worry about it. Trust me. And it's like when you kind of like know when you're experienced enough, you're kind of like, yeah, sometimes you really do have to sugarcoat it for people to kind of explore and kind of taste. It's like maybe they won't find sugar cane. They won't find sugar cane. They won't find sugar. Maybe they will find fucking leftover pizza that has been left off at like 5 a.m. with like mold and all that shit. But it kind of becomes a necessity for people to explore it to some level. It kind of becomes like a necessity. So yeah, it is exactly that. It is complicated. It is tough. It can be very, very difficult, but it is something that it is a necessary evil from time to time. To keep the wheel of life spinning to some level. And it's like, that's kind of the funny part about it. It's like there are going to be people who claim to be gods themselves, and to be gods of something, because they are the rightful owners of empires, to economical empires to some level, corporate empires. They because they're the rightful owners of corporate and economical empires. They feel like they're the rightful inheritors of everything. And it just gets to the point where it's like, yeah, sometimes you really do have to defeat those things in order for you to kind of like even have a chance to have more, to have vision over what truly is the reality that we live in. And yeah, it comes with experience, basically. It's a very tough quest to take on, to kind of like uncover your eyes from the blind, uncover your eyes from the blind, from the sugar coating that a lot of people kind of sell you, and the guidance that people guide you towards. And sometimes like that guidance teaches you a lot of the world specifically, because it's like there's so much levels of guidance where people want to take you. Well, actually, I should put it like this: when the entire world wishes to guide you in some shape or form, it shows that they see you as a precious forbidden gem that should never be touched, because it shows that there's some level of wealth that people wish to rip apart and get a piece of them in some shape or form. And if that happens, it is the ultimate. It is kind of like the ultimate um the light of life, for apparently for people. Basically, even to wish to destroy it is an action to validate that there is value to be had in this gem of life that is sitting in front of you to some level. And because of it, I just kind of end up, just after everything that I've gone through, I just kind of end up just sitting in my chair and saying, all this for me to discover that there's just fightings, that there's just battles in the parking lot, all that for that. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, I don't know how to put it to you, but a little bit disappointing because I'm outside of the field of reason, but sure, I guess so, basically. So yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna get upset. I'm gonna, like, I've learned that getting obsessed over people or things or like anything, it's kind of like a terrible thing to do, basically. It's a terrible thing for your mental health. So yeah, in some shape or form, is like the only thing that I kind of have left off a little bit is just be like, hey, I kind of love Metal Slug. I kind of love uh the Dark Souls, you kind of like games in some shape or form, and I kind of love Danganronpa. Okay, cool. Let's not get obsessed over them. So let's just not get obsessed over them, and it'll be fine. I was like, yeah, let's just do that. Let's just fucking do that. So yeah, on that note, I'm gonna end it. Thanks so much for watching. If you did, I really appreciate you, and I'll see you tomorrow for Refantasio. I'm gonna continue that game. I hope it doesn't lag on me, but we'll see, actually. So I'll see you later. Good night, everybody.